This is your barn call for Class 1 of the Bull Show. In this class, we have 2 entries, Lillian and Reagan Lane. We'd like to welcome y'all to the Bull Show for 2024 for the Swanee River Fair. We're going to go ahead and get started with the pledge led by Jimmy Gerald, one of our ambassadors, and then a prayer led by Mr. Gary McKenzie, our Fair Board President. If you'd please stand and remove your hats, we'd really appreciate that.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I was going to, but I didn't.
All right, let's pray. Dear Father, we do thank you for everything you do for us. We thank you for this beautiful day, and we just thank you for all the participants come out to show these their projects and their animals this week, Father. We thank you for the parents that supports them and brings them around. We do just ask you just to let everybody be safe here today, safe travel home, and have a good show. We love you, we praise you, we ask all this in Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Mr. We're looking for Class 1 of the Bull Show. In this group, we have Lillian Lane and Reagan Lane.
Well, good afternoon. It's certainly a pleasure to be in Springs today. Really looking forward to this show and just kind of gathering what a little bit of information I have going into it. Sounds like numbers are going to be really impressive, and if this first class is any indication of the quality, I think the quality is going to be outstanding as well. So really looking forward to it. As we get into this first class here, Brahman Bulls, I'm going to go ahead and lead off the class with the young ladies' red Brahman. I just see so much more width and power and stoutness in him. He's quite a bit in a way, assembled wider at the base of his chest, down his top, through his forerib, and especially when you get directly behind him. Now, I will compliment the young ladies' gray Brahman here that's going to be second. To me, he's a little leveler down his top line. I more prefer the way he reads there from the center of his back to his hooks. Bull that maybe balances up just a little better than the red bull, and that's where I think he has advantage in this particular pair. But as we get in and study him, this bull just narrows up to the base of his chest, his rib cage, and then when you get on top and behind him, he gives up quite a bit of power to that red one. Nonetheless, really a great way to start what's going to be a really fun, really high-quality show. Let's put our hands together for both these young ladies.
Next, we're looking for Class 2. In this group, we have Brant Lane, Kane Sanchez, Claire Gerald, and Lillian Lane. In Class 1, our class winner was Reagan Lane, and in second, Lillian Lane.
here in our second class of bulls. It's kind of like comparing apples to oranges with the Americans here and then the exotics, or I guess he's a British, but different types and kinds of cattle. And so it's a little bit interesting, kind of tough, a lot of fun to sort the cattle for what they are and what they're meant to do. And to me, I know that Brahman cattle are traditionally later maturing, and I understand that. But as we're talking longevity in these bulls coming a yearling, of a year of age, who's going to be able to go out and do their job here in a couple months. To me, it's the testicular development and just the sheer breeding bull look of the Shorthorn that's going to lead off the class. And obviously, he's the one that's got the extras, the hair, the look. He's fitted. He's well presented. But to me, it's really the fertile and productive traits that are the main deciding factor in here amongst then him having all the extras. The pair of Brahman bulls that come next, like I said, like to see a shot more testicular development. Like to see them both assembled a little better in the shape and size of their sheath. Between the pair, the bull that's just not flat, wanting to cooperate today is just more masses. From his shoulders back, he's somewhat more expansive in his rib, down his top and from behind. Young man's bull that rounds out the class is better assembled quite a bit in his hip and his hind leg, and I appreciate that about him. He just gives up so much mass compared to the other two above him that I think he needs to sort third today, but a bull that I really like in terms of design and lines, and when he does beef up and goes ahead and drops his testicles, I think he'll have some unique breeding pieces for that young man. Really nice class here. Let's put our hands together for them.
Class 2 results are in third, Brant Lane, second, Claire Gerals, and in first, Kane Sanchez. We're now looking for Class 3. In this group, we have Bailey Bird and Brindle Jennings.
Well, again, in this pair, it's like comparing apples to oranges because you've got two completely total different kinds of beef animals here, and I think they're both really good for their respective breeds and what they will contribute as we put them back into production, and I want to compliment both these young ladies on doing an excellent job getting both of them shown. Really, really a good pair of bulls. To me, the deciding factor, I think the black bull just moves a nickel better, is assembled a little more genuine and with more flexibility in his hock and his pastern there, just a little more fluid and longer in terms of his stride, and that's the deciding factor within this pair. I really like this red Brahman bull, though, that the young lady brings us, and what I do know about these cattle and this breed, I think this one brings a lot of good. He's really good in terms of his hip. I really like how good he transitions there from his chest into his bottom line. He's got a big scrotum. He's got a really attractive and good set to his sheath, very pendulous, very good in that regard. A big-footed, stout, rugged type of bull. You set in motion, he comes up just a nickel shorter in terms of his stride. The deciding factor within that pair, but both a really, really high-quality pair of bulls these two young ladies brought to us. Let's put our hands together for them.
The results are in for Class 3. In second place, Brindle Jennings, and in first place, Bailey Berg. Congratulations. From Class 4, we're looking for Savannah Gerald and Casey Sullivan.
A very high-quality Brangus bull to lead off this particular division, and I like a lot about this one. I really like how he ties his neck high and tight on top of that shoulder. From there back, he transitions ultra good in terms of his lines, really good in his hip and his hind leg, a really nice testicular development coming on that bull, balances up really good from the side. Just really a high-quality bull this young lady brings us, and I want to compliment her on her presentation. When those two get put together, that's a really, really cool pair. Nice Hereford bull that comes next, and I think he has some practicalities. We talk about putting him back on cows and back in production. Today in the show ring, he doesn't have that look and pizzazz and wow factor as the bull in front of him or some of the other ones we've seen, but in terms of just a good practical turnout type of bull, I think the young lady brings us one here. Again, nice pair of bulls as we're getting to these older divisions. Let's put our hands together for them.
From Class 4, in second place, Casey Sullivan. In first place, Savannah Gerald. We're now looking for Class 5. In this group, we have a single entry, Macy Mills.
Just a lone entry Simmental bull here the young lady brings us, but surely one that could withstand a lot more competition, and I'm excited to get him back out here in our champion drive and compare him to what else we have. We've seen a lot of good bulls, but I think he stands right there with them. Just an ultra-complete type of bull. He's good-looking, he's sound, he's stout, just really a high-quality, well-presented bull the young lady brings us again. I think one that, as we talk about putting back into production, sure isn't going to hurt a set of cows, if anything, going to help them. So let's put our hands together for her.
Congratulations to the winner of Class 5, Macy Mills. We're now looking for Class 6, Savannah Gerald and Brant Lane.
As we're getting into these big coming to, or maybe just a nickel over bulls here in our older divisions, another nice pair. I think the Brangus bull wins just in terms of sheer structural quality and correctness. Bull that on top of that couples that with some substance and some body. A bull that's got a big pin width, a big hip, a nice set of testicles there underneath him. Just really a high quality breeding type bull the young lady brought to us here. The Brahman bull certainly has a lot of performance and growth, and I appreciate that about him. A bull that's very correct in terms of his testicular size and development. The young man told me he passed a semen test, which kudos to you for that. A bull that maybe when we compare him to the one in first, just wants to get a touch straighter there in his hock, maybe just doesn't get out and motor quite as nicely, but again, one you sure got to love in terms of length and performance and growth.
Congratulations, Class 6. In second place, Brant Lane, and in first place, Savannah Gerald's. We're now looking for Class 7 of 8. In Class 7, we have Lillian Lane and Reagan Lane. Immediately following that, we will have Class 8, which is our final class. So if you are a class winner or in second place in any of the classes, please make sure your bulls are up, out of, and ready. And
A pair of mature Brahman bulls here, and really I think a close pair. There's some differences among them. To me, the one I think that's just a little more genuine in terms of his top shape, one that I think is just a little more appropriate in the way he's designed out of his hip and his hind leg and there through his midline and bottom line is the young lady who's going to be first, but she stands to the second in this class. That bull, when we compare him to the one that's maybe a little longer and a little stouter footed and boned behind him, I just think this bull's a little more appropriate behind his shoulders, a little more appropriate out of his hip and his hind leg, and then as we study him down there at the base of his forerib. Really like the length and extension of this bull that comes next. Huge footed, really stout, really massive, really expansive and expressive in terms of his muscle shape. He set him in motion. He wants to get a little tighter, more rigid there in those pasterns, and then as you get on top and behind him, I just don't know that there's as much genuine shape and dimension as there is in the bull in front of him. But again, a really nice pair here. Let's put our hands together for them.
congratulations to Class 7. In second place, Lillian Lane, and in first place, Reagan Lane. We're now looking for our final class of bulls. This is Class 8, Nate Jennings and Joyce Teague.
in this class here as we get to the mature bulls and then towards the end of our bull show here. We're going to go ahead and leave them as they stand. The young man here with the gray Brahman bull is going to go ahead and win. To me, he's a bull that's just so much more overpowering in terms of total mass and substance, body, volume, and width. And then he's one that I like just a nickel better when we set him in motion. He's a little bigger, stouter in terms of his foot, and just handles this rear skeleton just a nickel more flexible, plants a little bit more with more stability than the red Brangus bull coming second. I love the length and look and just sheer performance that this red Brangus bull brings us. He's got a really good testicular size and development. Really like the way for this breed he's assembled there in his sheath. A bull that I think could certainly inject a lot of growth about him. He's a bull, though, that just doesn't have the body as the one that's in front of him. When we set him in motion, he maybe just doesn't get as flexible there out of his rear skeleton. But nonetheless, again, a really nice pair of big bulls here the young folks bring us. Let's put our hands together for them.
Congratulations to Class 8 and second Joyce Teague and in first Newt Jennings. Newt will remain in the ring for the Bull Grand Drive. From Class 7, we're looking for Reagan Lane. Class 6, we're looking for Savannah Gerald. Class 5, we're looking for Macy Mills. Class 4, Savannah Gerald. Class 3, Bailey Bird. Class 2, Kane Sanchez. And from Class 1, Reagan Lane. They will all re-enter for your final drive. Tonight's judge will select a top 5 of bulls from this group.
Well, as we wrap up our bull show, let's put our hands together for our bull exhibitors. This has been really a good show, and again, it's been one that's been fun to sort through because you take American-influenced cattle with English and British cattle and sometimes put them together in the same class, and then we've got a lot of variety as we get out here in our champion overall drive. And I guess my mentality in going in and getting you a top 5 is I'm going to use the quality of cattle that I think can go on and produce in the next generation. A lot of that goes back to simply structure, scrotal development, sheath, and then if we can put some some look and some power on top of that, I think that that's how I'm going to sort this up. And they're not all going to look the same, but that's not the point. But I want to just make a few quick comments. I know that this is new to this county, or fairly new in the last couple years. I want to compliment you guys. We were just talking a second ago where I come from in Indiana. We only get to show bulls at our state fair or at national shows, and it's a little discouraging because if you got something that you're really proud of, you only get 2 or 3 shots a year to maybe get it out and promote your farm, promote your herd, promote your genetics. So I think it's cool that you guys do it at this level. I will tell you, my family, we pride ourselves. Bulls is kind of our thing. We've campaigned several bulls and several different breeds and been blessed with some success. And I can 9 to 1 tell you that I'd rather feed and fit and show a bull than I would a steer or a heifer. So I'm really into this division. I really like that you guys give these young folks the opportunity to learn about not only producing females, but that's only half of the mating equation. The bulls is the other half, and that's something. The dying art. There's a lot of generations that used to pride themselves on the male end and make a living doing it. That's kind of fizzled out, and the show steer and show heifer thing's kind of taken over. So when you give these kids an opportunity to breed and raise or go out and purchase these things, manage them, and then be able to kind of figure out how to mate them, I think that's really, really cool. So my hat's off to you guys for that. As we go out here and pick our top 5, I'm going to tell you I think that there's a few bulls that soared up here, and they maybe all weren't class winners. There were several seconds that came out that I think are deserving of the merit. But one more time, as I put the mic down to show you how I like them, let's put our hands together for all these exhibitors on a job well done. Bulls are by no means easy to feed, keep, or sometimes even manage. So nonetheless, congratulations to them.
Congratulations to Bailey Bird from Class 3. We're now looking for Brindle Jennings from Class 3. We'd also like to take the time to recognize our bull sponsor, J2 Cattle. Thank you for sponsoring the bull show so this event could happen today. Our reserve champion will go to Newt Jennings from Class 8. We're looking for Joyce Teague from Class 8 to re-enter, please. Congratulations to third overall bull goes to Macy Mills from Class 5. There is not one to re-enter from that class. Congratulations to Savannah Gerald's bull from Class 4. We're looking for Casey Sullivan from Class 4 to re-enter, please. There will not be a re-enter from Class 4. Roll 1, please. Congratulations to Brindle Jennings from Class 5. She'll be 5th overall with her bull. Congratulations to all of the bulls in Grand Drive. It's quite an achievement to be here. Congratulations, and you may exit the arena. We're going to go ahead and get pictures of top 5 immediately after these photos. We will be doing the results photos in the arena and taking a 30-minute break before we do heifers. The time is now 2:18, so at 2:48 we will plan to start back with heifers. So please go get your heifers ready to get started, and if you're here for poultry awards, we will start those shortly. So to roll back through the bull show results, Grand Champion Bailey Bird from Wekiva Run 4-H with the bull from Class 3 is your Grand Champion. Reserve Champion was Newt Jennings from Class 8, Williston Wranglers 4-H Club. Our 3rd overall bull was Macy Mills from Country Bumpkins 4-H Club. And 4th overall was Savannah Gerals from Williston Senior FFA from Class 4. And our 5th overall bull was Brindle Jennings from Williston Wranglers 4-H Club. Again, thank you to our bull sponsor, J2 Cattle Company.
Testing. If you have poultry, we are going to do awards in about 45 seconds. I do want to say this. Those chickens are hot. A lot of them do not have water. So when we go to check out, please water your chickens before you put them in your carrier. This is going to be a checkout procedure. When we finish in here, we're going to take the table back, and then you will go get your chickens out of their cage, bring me the coop cards with the clothespins, and you will get your additional strip ribbons and stuff. And if you did showmanship and you're not called, you'll get your showmanship paper and your award for that. Please take all the cups and throw them in the garbage can so that when the inmates come to take down the cages, they don't just get closed up in them. So clothespins in the bucket, coop cards to me to get your awards, any garbage in the garbage can. So to come into the arena, you're either going to have to come in on this side, can they come in on that side? Or down the steer aisle. So, do you want to start with poultry or showmanship? Let's start with showmanship. So, on showmanship, let me get the right paper. We're going to do showmanship, and we'll start with the primary age. So, third place, primary showmanship, goes to Remy Meeks. So if you'll come in, they're going to take your picture for the fair book next year. Take it out. Yeah, they were supposed to come in. Remy Meeks coming. So, yeah, take it out that so they can take a picture. Second place is Cooper Craig. No, excuse me. Second place is Ryan Brault, B-R-A-U-L-T. First place is Cooper Craig. So if you'll come in. And the wrong voice coming in. Yeah, okay. So if you will go down to the backdrop. I had a moment. And this is primary showmanship. Round of applause, please. All right, we're going to start with junior. Third place junior goes to Miracle Ziegler. Second place, Kayla Miner. And first place, Clara Dickens. Moving on to seniors, you can come get in the line here. Third place goes to Carson Meeks. Second place goes to Alora Brown. And first place, Addison Burns.
Carson not here?
Well, Remy was here, so I would think Carson's here. Maybe not. Carson Meeks.
Is she coming for him?
He's gone? Okay, just give it to Remy, yeah. Okay.
Starting with the American.
Oh, you got
Well, I didn't have time to do all of them, but I started that way
okay.
they
Yeah,
work
we're gonna
together.
start with American.
Okay.
I got my list here.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's why I needed 4 minutes.
Here, I'll get out and say you can get out.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and start with the classes. Here. So, American class, the reserve champion American class was Addison Burns. The champion American class was Alora Brown. I'm going to go ahead and call out some names, and y'all can come stand by the gate. I'll need Michaela Myers, Aiden Burns, Austin Pittman, Luke Spears, Giovanni, Gio, Ryan, he needs to tell me how to say his last name, Brooke and Braley Gwynn, Hannah Hammonds, Haley Craig, Aubrey Blair.
Just stand right there, buddy.
Yep, just stand back here.
Stand right there at the gate.
I got a technical difficulty here. Okay, for Asiatic reserve is Aiden Burns. Champion or class champion is Kayla Myers. Okay. Next we English? Yeah. Next we have English. The English class. We have Austin Putman and for champion and Luke Spears reserve class champion. Mediterranean class can come on up. The reserve champion class is Gio. And then the champion class is Miracle Ziegler. I got the all other standard breeds class. I have reserve class for Braley. Okay, reserve is Braley Gwynn. Class champion is Brooke Gwynn. Continental. And class champion is Alora Brown. The game class, your reserve is Haley Craig for the class. Class champion is Hannah Hammonds.
Congratulations.
The single cone clean leg, the SCCL class, is Alora Brown reserve, Alora Brown champion. Rose cone clean leg class reserve is Hannah Hammonds. Class champion is Aubrey Blair. All other cones clean leg class reserve is Michaela Myers. Class champion is Alora Brown. Feather-legged class reserve champion is Austin Putman. Class champion is Alora Brown. He can. In the duck class, we have reserve. Class goes to Geo. The best in the class goes to Kayla Miner.
Maybe that's her coming out. Fran, right?
She's the best, yeah, Kayla.
Who's Gio?
Geo.
Gio.
This is something new we had this year is turkeys and geese. And we had more geese to come than was supposed to come, and they didn't come. So we had one exhibitor that was over 8, and we had 2 that were clever buds. So thanks for bringing those geese. So our best goose, since there was only one, will go to Alora Brown. So We also had turkeys. There was 6 turkeys back there. If you look to see them, there's three different varieties. And our best turkeys, reserve and champion of the class, will go to Laura Brown. And then we also had Bantam duck, and those are the cute little white ducks. So there's some different colored ones. And the cute little white call ducks, reserve class and best of class, will go to Laura Brown. So this year, since we done the banners, we added commercial. Normally commercial only gets the strip ribbons, but we decided we'd give them a banner this year. So on our commercial, the reserve commercial will go to Laura Brown, and the best commercial will go to A.B. Bellarmine. So I guess we're down to the main event. So our reserve grand champion pullet contest winner is A.D. Bellamy.
Miss Jackie, will you come take a picture with him? He's up there.
Grand champion pullet is going to be Jacob Cannon. And Miss Jackie is coming to take a picture with y'all guys.
He's coming. You know what? I gave him the wrong ribbon.
What do they get? Purple? Okay.
Okay, so the main event of the show, we had 282 chickens registered this year, which is the high amount. 240 of those chickens showed up. So we need to give Miss Jackie a big hand because she touched those 240 chickens at least once and a lot of them multiple times. So a round of applause for Miss Jackie. So our reserve grand champion will go to Hannah Hammonds. And our grand champion this year will go to Laura Brown. So remember, y'all guys, don't rush back there because it's going to take me a second to get back there with the table. But please water your chickens before you take them home. If you are not taking them home and you're in the heifer show, you need to come let me know and go ahead and get your awards. Because I will pack up after everybody has checked their chickens out that's going to. Remember, garbage in the garbage, I get the clothespins in the bucket, and coop cards to get your ribbons. Thank everyone for their participation, for the patience today, and we will see you next year. There is a little area set up in the very far back corner if you want to take some additional pictures with the child and the chicken and their awards, because I believe they're fixing to start the Heifer show.
Congratulations to all the poultry winners. We are about ready to get started with the Heifer show. We're going to get started with the American Influence show first. So first will be Class 1. In this group, we have Nate Jennings, Joyce Teagues, and Knox Hubby. Our judge for today's Bull and Heifer show is Trey Simmons. He hails from Carthage, Indiana. He is a member of the 2007-2008 National Champion Junior Collegiate Livestock Judging Team at Butler Community College in El Dorado, Kansas. From there, he earned a bachelor's degree of science from Texas Tech and was a member of the 2009 National Champion Livestock Judging Team there. He currently owns and operates Simmons Cattle Company and his wife Courtney and son Tylen, along with his family. They focus on raising Maine, Anjou, show heifers, and breeding stock along with a few club calves each year. So welcome Trey Simmons to the Tri-County area. We're excited to have him from Indiana. Let's give him a round of applause. We need Everly Breeden to the poultry area. Everly Breeden, please report to the poultry area.
To our first class here in our American Heifer Show. Three really high-quality heifer calves that these young people bring us, and there's a lot of differences. And I can tell maybe with a couple of this is their first time to town, and so they're not really wanting to cooperate, so it makes it a little tougher to evaluate. I think that depending on where you put your priorities, you could sort these cattle a little differently than I did, and I certainly wouldn't argue. For me, I'm going to use the kind of brindle tiger-striped one here right in front of me to win. To me, I think she's just the one that combines balance and structure and width and mass to the highest degree. Now, is she the prettiest at the base of her neck and chest? No. She ties the top of her neck really nice into her shoulder and lays really good into her shoulder. She's got some extra leather there, and that probably takes away just from her look as you take the first glance at her. But from her shoulders back, as you begin to study that one, I think she's got a lot of really good pieces. The young man's Brahman that's going to come next really fought him when he first got out here, and it was kind of tough to get a look at her. Now that she's chilled out and stopped and planted, there's a lot of good to this one. She's a little green and immature today. Her lines are good. Her structure's good. I think more time and more feed, and as she goes ahead and bodies down and fills into that skeleton, she can certainly compete with a lot of cattle because that one's really good. The red Brangus that comes out here next, one that's just flat not wanting to be a showgirl today. I think once she calms down and relaxes and hits the feed bucket and decides she wants to be a show cow, she'll be a really high-quality project for this young lady. Today, though, she just quite a bit in a way gives a lot of a lot of dimension and a lot of substance and performance to the two in front of her. Really a high-quality way to start our start out our American Heifer Show today. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors.
Congratulations to Class 1. In third place, Joyce Teague. Second place, Nate Jennings. And in first place, Knox Hobby. We are now in Class 2. In this group, we have Abby Claire Locke, Kaylee Jean Bellamy, Carly Bellamy, Reagan Lane, and Reagan Hancock. In this group, the heifers were born January through April.
as we start here in our second class, one of the biggest classes in terms of numbers we've had today, but awfully deep in terms of quality. To me, the black heifer wins, and she wins easy. That one's awfully good. She's really attractive. She's high quality in terms of her feminine look and balance. I'm not a breeder of American cattle, but I can tell you, or American influence cattle rather, but I can tell you if I was, I'd want to have a herd like her every day of the week. The red beef master that comes second, kind of fighting the young lady out here, but when she does finally stop and stand and relax, there's a lot of good in this one too. Really good in terms of her balance and symmetry. Plenty of mass and dimension and power. Love her foot and her bone and her structural quality. A really nice second to go behind a really high quality winner there. Then we've got three kind of gray Brahmins here, and they're different in terms of their kind. I'm going to leave them like they stand. The young lady that's going to come third here. I love the mass and body and power in this heifer. A heifer that, when we compare her to the other two, a little deeper sided, a little more just stouter in terms of her overall features. The heifer that comes next is one that profiles really nicely in terms of just silhouette and balance. Heifer, though, that maybe gives up a touch of mass and body to the one in front of her. Then we round out the class with one that's the longest necked and longest bodied probably of the three Brahmins. All those today, though, she, of the three, quite a bit in a way just gives up too much mass and substance, and that can be said for her throughout the entire class. But nonetheless, five really good, fun to sort through.
Congratulations to Class 2 in this group. Fifth was Reagan Lane. Fourth was Kaylee Jean Bellamy. Third was Carly Bellamy. Second, Reagan Hancock. And then first, Abby Claire Locke. We're now looking for Class 3. In this group, we have Brindle Jennings, Newt Jennings, Avery Sash, and Savannah Gerald. All of these heifers were born in January.
Well, here in our next class, again, some differences in breed composition, but in terms of American influence cattle, I think 4 really high-quality females. I'm going to start with the Brangus heifer here the young lady brings us. I just love this one's foot and bone and power. A female that is just really attractive in the way she ties her neck out of the top of her shoulder there and blends together. She may be as bold in her rib cage as a couple of these Brahman heifers out here, no, but I certainly think she's adequate in terms of her Springer rib and depth and just a high-quality place to start. The pair of Brahman heifers is a little close for me here in second and third. I'm going to use the young man's just in terms of sheer mass and dimension, particularly as we talk about her from her shoulders back. Just a little more expansive in terms of her rib cage, a little bigger and thicker there in her top, just a little stouter when we get directly behind her. The young lady's heifer's probably a nickel longer neck. I prefer the way she ties her neck into her shoulder and the base of her shoulder a little better than the heifer in front of her. She just gives up a shot more rib and power as you get on top and behind her. We round out the class with a Baldy heifer here, one that I think has some quality, some length and extension just by far and away when we compare her to the 3 above her. The shallowest and hardest there in her rib and center, but she's also the greenest. I think if she goes home and gets on feed and goes ahead and develops, she certainly works up in this class. Today, though, she just gives up too much substance for me. Nonetheless, high-quality class here as we get into these bigger divisions. Put our hands together for these exhibitors.
Congratulations to Class 3. In 4th place, Avery Sash. 3rd place, Brindle Jennings. 2nd place, Newt Jennings. And in 1st place, Savannah Gerals. We're now looking for Class 4. In this group, we have 2 heifers by Savannah Gerals, Brindle Jennings, and then Reagan Lane.
So we get out here in our next class. Again, a really high-quality Brangus heifer to lead off the class. Really like the feminine look and quality of this heifer. One that passed that still has some rib shape and some muscle. She's pretty green today, but I have a feeling that as she continues to mature with that kind of look and balance as she bodies down, that one's going to be a really high quality, very competitive project for that young lady. Gets a little closer here for second and third. I think the gray Brahmin female the young lady brings us just exemplifies a shot more natural power and width. I think she's one that's just a little more appropriate in her rib cage and depth, and then one that as you get on top and behind her just has more natural mass and dimension than the other Brangus heifer that's going to come in third. This one doesn't want to be a show cow today, so it's been a little tough to get a good look at her. What I do know is she is long-necked and long-bodied. A heifer, though, that wants to get a touch frailer at the ground, a flatter at the base of her rib, and a little narrower when you get behind her, and that's why she's going to sort third. A heifer that and rounds out the class is a big outline, high-performing type of female. One, though, that just quite a bit in a way needs to be sounder out of her hip and her hind leg to justify going up any higher, but one you got to appreciate for her frame and her length.
Congratulations to our class winners, Savannah Gerald. In second, Brendel Jennings. In third, Savannah Gerald. And in fourth, Reagan Lane. Next, we have class 5 in this group, Reagan Hancock, Lillian Lane, and Reagan Lane.
Well, here in our next class, we're going to leave them just like they stand. Really a high-quality Beefmaster heifer. I like quite a bit about this female. To me, she kind of soars to the top end of this class and does so rather handily. Just an ultra-complete, ultra-feminine, very attractive female. Female that, to me, just exemplifies what you'd want in a cow and then does that with still an attractive show ring look. Really a nice place to start. Gets a touch closer for me between the two gray Brahmin heifers. I think the young lady that's going to be in second's heifer just has a shot more dimension and power when you get directly behind and on top of her than when we compare her to the one behind her. The one behind her quite a bit in a way, though, is more extended in terms of her look and her kind from her shoulders back. A big performance-oriented type of female. Just gets flatter in the rib and narrower as you get behind her. But nonetheless, three really high-quality heifers here. Let's put our hands together for them.
Congratulations to Class 5. In first, Reagan Hancock. Second, Lillian Lane. And in third, Reagan Lane. We're now looking for Class 6. In this group, we have Addison Burns, Brant Lane, Claire Gerald, Brendel Jennings, and Brant Lane. Immediately after that, we will have our final class of the American Division, which will be Class 7. So if you have a class winner from Classes 1 through 5 so far, please make sure you do not go and tie your heifers and you have them ready and in the alley.
as we get to this bigger, second to last class here, as we get into these bigger heifers, really a lot of different types and kinds out here. And I think there's some differences among them. To me, I think there's one that wins, and you can sort the rest see fit. To me, the young lady straight ahead here is a big gray Brahman heifer is going to win. To me, I think she's just the most massive and the cowiest in terms of her look. I think she's the one that just combines rib and substance and power with still some structure. Maybe isn't the neatest looking one out here. There's a couple maybe within her breed that are a little better up there through their front and shoulder, but that's being nitpicky. Just really a high quality, real cowy one to lead off the class. The young lady's red one here that's going to come second, I do think is a nickel better up through her head and her neck, her chest, the way she ties into the base of her shoulder there and the way she lays her muscle on her skeleton. Really a sound structured female. One though that from her forerib back just doesn't have the mass and power of the one that's in front of her. Young man's big high performance heifer that comes next here in third. Great big footed, really stout, heavy muscled, real powerful. I just wish with all that power she came with a little more substance in terms of depth of rib and shape there through the lower portion of her 1/3. Really moderate, easy keeping Beefmaster heifer that comes next. One that I think power certainly has a ton of production value because she's going to be able to be turned out on any kind of terrain, hold her flesh, raise a calf, and that's certainly at the end of the day what we want these things for. But as we talk about her cosmetically and in the show ring, once you just get to touch plainer and shorter up through her head and neck, plainer and just a little more nondescript out of her hip. Then we round out the class with one who's ready to go, obviously. Hang in there, young lady. You're doing a good job. This heifer just gives up so much mass and power and performance to the ones above her in this particular class today. But the young lady's hung in there, and I'll give her and all of them a round of applause as they exit.
Congratulations to Class 6. In first, Brendel Jennings. Second, Briant Lane. Third, also Briant Lane. Fourth, Addison Burns. And in fifth, Claire Geralds. We are now looking for the final class of American Influence heifers. In this group, we have Joyce Teague, Savannah Geralds, Kaylee Jean Bellamy, and also Joyce Teague. Immediately following this, we'll have our American Division Drive. So if you are a class winner, please be prepared to come on back.
As we get to our last and final class, really a high-quality trio of heifers these young ladies bring us. And to me, I think the top pair between this pair of gray Brahman heifers is close. And there's differences amongst them. The heifer that's going to win for me and the deciding factor within the pair of these two is she's just a notch sounder. As we study her from hip to hock and hock to ground, we set them in motion. She's just longer and more athletic in her stride maybe than the heifer in second. Then we compare them from there from shoulders back. This heifer's ultra big-bodied, really stout down her top and from behind. Maybe not as neat and attractive up through her head and neck. Maybe doesn't have quite the growth and performance as the heifer in second, and that's what makes this pair tough. The heifer in second, I just love this one from the profile. In terms of length, the neck, and the way she ties her neck into her shoulder, there from her hump back into her hip, ultra level and good there in her top line and her hip, in a breed that I know maybe sometimes cosmetically doesn't have that advantage, and one that just balances up so ultra nice from the profile. She's not as big-bodied and stout as the heifer in front of her, but I call her adequate there. To me, though, like I said, they're sorted when we set them in motion, and the heifer in second just wants to get a touch more restricted there off those rear two, comes up just a nickel short in that stride. But that's being awfully critical of a high-quality one. Again, really a high-quality pair there. The Beefmaster heifer that's going to round out the class, I think, as we talk about just in terms of production value, has a ton of it. Another one, like some of the cattle we've seen, you can turn out on any terrain, and she'll do her job. I have faith in that. She'll stay fleshy. She'll raise a calf. Today, though, again, in the show ring, maybe just wants to get a little more jammed up there in terms of her type and kind. He just doesn't have the foot and bone and the extras of the two cattle in front of her. But nonetheless, again, really a high-quality trio. Great way to round out the last class here. Let's put our hands together for them.
Congratulations to Class 7. In first, Savannah Gerald. Second, Joyce Teague. And in third, Kaylee Jean Bellamy. We're now looking to do the American Drive. So the American Influence Drive will include all of the first place heifers from each class. So in Class 1, we have Knox Hobby. From Class 2, we have Abby Claire Locke. From Class 3, we have Savannah Gerald with 04L2. From Class 4, we have Savannah Gerald with 36K1. From Class 5, we have Reagan Hancock. From Class 6, we have Brendel Jennings. From Class 7, we have Savannah Gerald with 915. And that'll be your drive. Let's put our hands together.
Well, let's put our hands together for all of our American Influence heifer exhibitors today. It's always fun for me to come to the South, whether it be in Florida or Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Texas, because we don't really American influence cattle up where I live in the Midwest, and it's something that I didn't about till I went to college down south there in Texas, and actually really formed a strong respect for these cattle and just what they bring. And I always remember used to love going to judging contests because we'd always have a class or two of these, especially San Antonio and Houston, and it was always those were some of my most favorite classes and most favorite workouts, just because I always like to learn something new and see new things. And this is again not something we have very many of, if any, really, that I know of up in my country. So my compliments to these exhibitors. This is an outstanding breed, drive of cattle. And I'll be honest, I think the top end would about run with the Continentals, exotics, whatever you folks call them down here, because they're just really good fundamental cattle that still have some look and presence. So with that being said, I guess to me, I think there's one that sorts out pretty handily for your champion. I think there's one that follows her very, very nicely for your reserve. I think third, fourth, and fifth gets a little more interesting, a little more fun from my evaluation standpoint, because you're going to take some cattle from a purebred origin and compare them to some cattle that are 2 or 3 generations away from that particular breed. That's an a heterosis cross from there on out to fit particular environments. So as we talk about that, and as I get into third, fourth, and fifth, I know I'm going to have a lot of fun kind of back and forth. But nonetheless, again, from top to bottom, an outstanding set, well presented, well shown. Let's put our hands together here for all of these exhibitors.
Congratulations to Abby Claire Locke from Chiefland Middle FFA in Class 2. We are looking for Reagan Hancock also from Class 2, please. Abby Claire will be the grand champion for the American Influence. Congratulations. Congratulations to Reagan Hancock from Williston Senior FFA. That was her heifer from Class 5. So we are looking for Lillian Lane to re-enter, please, with LF22. Congratulations to Savannah Gerald with the heifer from Class 3. The heifer to re-enter will be Newt Jennings, also from Class 3 with 4J 30/1. Congratulations to Kaylee Jean Bellamy from Class 7. We are looking for Joyce T. to re-enter. Correction, we're looking for Savannah Gerald's 915 from Class 7. Congratulations to Reagan Hancock. We're going to break in and take a poultry picture real quick, and then we'll pose these heifers for pictures for the American division. We're now welcoming the cow-calf class.
Really quality red Brangus cow-calf pair that this young... Hello. This young lady brings us here, and we're in the heart of calving season back at my house, and I asked her how old the calf was, and she said 3 weeks. So kudos to you for getting this calf at least broke enough to come in the show ring at 3 weeks. My 3-week-old calves think they're deer, and every time they see me, they run from me, even though I'm out there like 4 times a day. So kudos to you for that. Beautiful udder on this cow. Absolutely gorgeous condition for being 3 weeks postpartum. This female's just ultra beautiful, just from top to bottom. If you want to talk about maternal look and quality, I certainly want to commend her on that. Big, stout, good-looking calf here. I know at 3 weeks it's hard to tell, but you can tell when they've got the look. I'm a firm believer in that, and I sure think this one does. It's a shame we couldn't get this one out for the overall because she sure would have been right in the hunt with them, but nonetheless, the single entry here is one that I think you could put up against about any pair out there right now just because of the quality. So with that being said, let's congratulate this young lady on an awesome job here thus far.
Grand champion, cow-calf pair, Joyce T. Congratulations. We're ready for the AOB show, everyone. Class 1 will be Lois Backley, Caden Davis, and Sadie Sash. Be ready.
Well, here in our first class of AOB heifers, three really high-quality females with a lot of future ahead of them. I think that these young people bring us. Young lady's heifer is going to win the class. I think does so just from a structural quality standpoint. I think she's the one as we compare her out here. That's just the soundest. She's one that's got some body. You know, they're pretty young. These are prospect calves. I'm guessing. Late fall, so it got a lot of time to grow and mature yet. But right now, I think she's the one that satisfies me the most today. Heifer is going to be in second here. Maybe doesn't have quite the wow factor of the foot and bone as some of the other cattle, but fundamentally, she's a good, sound, structured heifer with not a lot of holes in her. I really like a lot about the white-bellied heifer in third standing still. It's when you set her in motion I need to fix her. She gets for me just a notch too straight off of both ends. Just doesn't want to quite get out and flex and reach and flow quite like I'd like her to. A heifer that also, for her added frame and length, I'd like to see be just a notch deeper body. Nonetheless, high-quality class to start our AOBs. Let's give all the exhibitors a round of applause.
Congratulations to Class 1. In first, Kaden Davis. Second, Sadie Sash. And in third, Lois Backley. We're now looking for Class 2, Emily Carreras and Lyndon Teague. Correction. In first, Kaden Davis. In second, Lois Backley. And in third, Sadie Sash.
Well, here in our second class, heifers that are different in terms of their type and kind. I'm going to go ahead and just use the added mass and substance, foot and bone of the black heifer that's going to win the class here. The young lady brings us. For me, she needs to be a nickel sounder off of both ends, but I think she's got the undeniable advantage just in terms of sheer power, mass, and substance. Really like the front end and the skeletal quality of the gray heifer that comes second. She is sounder than our class winner. She is more attractive up about her head and neck. She just gives up way too much mass and performance today, but I do think that heifer's got a lot of good to her. Take her home, feed her, get her to slow down, body down, kind of soften up, and then I think this pair gets swapped pretty easy. But today, there's just not enough to her for me. Nonetheless, let's put our hands together for these exhibitors.
Congratulations to the class winner from Class 2, Emily Carreras, and in second place, Lyndon Teague. We're now looking for Class 3. In this group, we have Darby Davis, Bell FFA Chapter Heifer, Emily Sash, Lily Lemieux, and Riley Locke.
Really a high-quality class here, and I think, go ahead and bring her. I think these top two heifers are awfully good. Could certainly run in about part of the world. They're a little different in terms of their type and kind, and I'm guessing breed makeup. A pair of females that I think certainly will be a lot of fun to reevaluate once we get them back out here. Still, to me, Heifer wins just in terms of overall quality. She just is so beautiful in the way she ties her neck into her shoulder, ultra feminine and maternal there in her rib. Big thing about her is because from the side you want to say, oh, that's a pretty one that doesn't have anything to her, but actually you get behind this heifer, she's got a ton of width there through her pins, sets wide to the ground. Really a high quality one that this young lady brings us. Well shown, well presented. I like that one quite a bit. And that takes nothing away from the cockiness and the look of this heifer, and boom, right there. That one's deadly from the profile. The way she ties that neck at the top of her shoulder, the way she comes out of her hip and her hind leg, the swoop she has to her belly, the foot and the the structure. I think that one's awfully good too. Today, she wants to get just a tweak behind her shoulders, a little concave there at the base of her forehead, but she's green, and I think as you take that one home and get some more feed and time in her and get her filled in there in her forehead and behind her shoulders, I think that pair becomes a lot closer. But don't get me wrong, really a high-quality pair on the top end of that class. I like this heifer in third, young lady, and don't get down on yourself. She just got into a buzzsaw of a class. This female, ultra big-bodied, ultra stout-footed, super sound, a heifer that's clean at the base of her neck and chest, maybe doesn't tie that neck quite as high on top of her shoulders as the two in front of her, and consequently maybe you want to call her a nickel plane, although I necessarily say that because she doesn't have that extra leather, just doesn't have maybe that cocky look up front that the two in front of her does, but really a high quality one, again, I think will be ultra competitive for you. Gets a little closer here on bottom for me. I'm going to use a shot more foot and bone and just natural depth aside, and the young lady's heifer here in fourth. The young lady's heifer here in fifth is longer neck, longer spine. Today, though, she's the shallowest in this particular class, just a little frailer footed and more frail at the surface. But nonetheless, 5 really high quality females, fun class to sort through. Let's put our hands together for them.
Congratulations to Class 3 in first, Riley Locke. Second, Darby Davis. Third, Lily Lemieux. Fourth, Emily Sash. And then fifth, the Bell Senior FFA Chapter Emo. Next, we're looking for Class 4. In this group, we have Landry Locke, Hallie Bird, Knox Hobby, and Trenton Senior FFA Chapter Animal.
We get up here to our next class. Surfaces of the forefront pretty easily for me. Young lady, beautifully presented, beautifully shown heifer. I love her foot and her bone and how sound and flexible she is in her skeleton. You get off to the side of her. She's big middled. She's got a lot of width and dimension as you study her from about every angle. Still really an attractive and feminine look up about her head and neck. Really a high quality female here to lead off this class. For me, it gets a little tougher between 2 through 4. I think the heifer that's the second, just in terms of balance and look and substance, is going to be the young lady's black heifer that's going to come next. Now, for me, she's a nickel plain about her head and her neck. She's not the stoutest one in the world. I'd like to see her with just a shot more natural muscle, but she's one that I think you get past all that. She's got some width. She's got some depth. Baldy heifer that comes next does have that added shape to her rib and down her top and from behind. She has that added foot and bone. She just wants to get the touch deep in her chest, and then she goes up in her flank. I'd like to see her just a little softer, more maternal in terms of her rib. We bring one out that's big and high performing. In terms of just brood cow potential, I think this heifer's got a ton of it. She just got into a tough class today and maybe doesn't have the wow factor in terms of look up front, foot and bone there at the surface as the cattle in front of her, but nonetheless a good high quality type of heifer the young lady brings us. Let's put our hands together for them.
Congratulations to Class 4 winner Hallie Bird, and second Landry Locke, and third Knox Hobby, and then fourth Trenton Senior FFA Chapter Animal. We're now looking for Class 5. In this group we have Macy Mills, Rex Rohr, Jacob Cannon, and Bailey Bird.
well, I know we're calling them AOBs, so there's a lot of differences in terms of breeds and types and kinds out here. Again, it makes it fun, but also worthy of a lot of discussion. To me, the heifer, the brockle-faced heifer, I'm guessing she's a key or main maintainer influence, something like that, just in terms of her build and her look. I think this one still surfaces to the forefront for me. This female, just in terms of look and balance and quality, is still having a ton of rib and mass and body and width, certainly does that, and she still does that with a very attractive look and presence about her. Young lady does an awesome job getting her fit and shown. Now, for me, is she going to be the big? I don't know. That's a discussion that some people like more moderate cattle will say, oh yeah. People that like them a little bigger, like we show them up in the Midwest, may be on the fence. But nonetheless, I think she's got enough length of muzzle and length of cannon. I don't know her true birthday. And depending on what that is, I think that heifer will be big enough. And if she looks like this as a big heifer, I think this young lady's going to have a tremendous future with her. Really like that one. I like that pair here. The Charolais heifer that comes next is plenty big enough. She's got that length and feminine look. She's got the length of cannon, length of spine, a heifer that's really high quality, particularly within this breed, just in terms of having that soft look and maternal muscle shape. Young lady, I raised a lot of Charolais for a long time, and we were blessed with a lot of success with them. I'm going to tell you today she's in one of those Charolais phases in my mind where they tend to go up, and then they go out, then up, then out, and it's an emotional roller coaster till they hit that maturity point. Today, for me, she's just a little big, and I dare not say hard-looking, but she just isn't softening up and doesn't, have that look maybe like some of the other cattle we've seen. But what I will tell you is when she quits growing up, she grows down, she beefens up. This one's got the body, the structure, the balance, and look this summer and into next fall. If that's your plan with her, I think you're going to have a lot of fun with her. Today, she's just at a little bit of an awkward point. Kind of the Simmental influence looking heifer that's going to come next, heifer that's got some length of body and length of front end. To me, she wants to get a touch tie in her tail head, a little too tight there at her hock and past her, and just like to free her up as she goes a little bit. But high quality heifer here the young man brings us. Black Baldy that rounds out the class. In terms of just good production cattle, I think she fits that. She's sound. She's got some fleshing ability and some body. For a show heifer, though, she just wants to get a touch plain, touch frailer and a little narrower when you get behind her compared to the cattle in front of her. But nonetheless, a good, useful type of female. I think that'll go out and make this young man a tremendous cow. Let's put our hands together for them.
We are now welcoming in Class 6. In this group, we have a Trenton Senior Chapter Animal, Layla Hobby, Wyatt Mascot, Bailey Bird, Trenton Middle FFA, and Haley Craig.
Well, really a high quality trio, and yeah, let's bring all three of these heifers around here that these young ladies bring us. And there's some differences among these cattle, but they're all really, really good in their own right. And then maybe there's something that you might tweak on each one of them. But again, I think depending on where you put your emphasis, you could scramble this top trio. For me, the heifer, I think that's just the soundest of the top three is going to be the young lady's heifer here that's going to win the class. Aside from that, she just really puts together a beautiful maternal look up through her front end, really a nice swoop and shape and depth through her rib from there back. A heifer that from her top line to her tail head's really, really good. Really like that about her. Is she the cleanest there at the base of her neck or chest? No, there's a couple that are maybe a nickel better there. She may be the biggest hip, most powerful one out here? No, but I'm going to call her more than adequate in those regards. Really well shown, well presented heifer here off our class. I love a lot about this baldy heifer in second. She also is very well shown and very well presented. My congratulations to this exhibitor on that. Love this heifer from her front end. Besides the pretty baldy face, she sets that neck right there on top of her shoulders like I like it. Zero there at the base of her neck and her chest. She'll be a fun one to feed because of that. Shoulders back, I think she's the boldest ribbed, biggest top, biggest hipped heifer in this class. For me, as we set her in motion, she wants to just get a touch tight on those pasterns and maybe just not get out and motor. And maybe it's because she's fighting the halter, but today I have to look at them as I see them. And then with that added power from her shoulders back, she maybe is a touch rounder there at the base of her shoulder. But again, being nitpicky on an awfully high quality heifer the young lady brings us, I like them, like that top pair, like them quite a bit. That takes nothing away from the young man's star-headed heifer that comes next. The biggest footed, stoutest boned heifer in this class, a heifer that I think is probably the longest in terms of length of front end and length of spine, a heifer that's a shot bigger than the two in front of her. Let's like to see her couple that with a shot more rib depth and shape as we study her through her lower 1/3, and then when we set this one in motion, much like the one in front of her, just doesn't get out of that hock and pastern with quite as much athleticism as the heifer that's going to win the class. But nonetheless, a trio of really high quality, well presented, well shown cattle. My compliments to all three of those young ladies. Nice practical black baldy that comes next, a heifer that you'd love to have love. She's sound, she's got body, she's got some length and extension. For a show heifer, she's just a touch plain and a touch frail, but fundamentally it's a good kind of cow prospect. Young man's heifer here that comes next. Lady, I'm sorry. Big outline, high-performing type of female. Again, like the one in front of her, maybe just gets a touch plainer. We round out with a performance-oriented looking red heifer, one, though, that today just gives up too much body and mass and sheer substance to go any higher. Nice set of cattle. Let's put our hands together for them.
Place Bailey Bird. In third, Haley Craig. Fourth, Trenton Senior Chapter. Fifth, Trenton Middle. And in sixth, Wyatt Mascot. This is Class 7 in the ring. In this group, we have Kaylee Van Arnhem, Macy Mills, and Trenton Senior Chapter.
Nice trio of heifers here to start the class, and young lady's heifer that's going to win the class. Again, I think kind of sourced the top pretty easily for me. Well presented, well shown type of female the young lady brings us. One that's packed full of sheer substance and volume from her shoulders back. She's huge rib, big top, got a big hip in her. You get behind her, she carries her width naturally wide from her hip pins down to the ground. One that maybe isn't the longest necked, but I sure think she's nice fronted because she's clean at the base of her neck and her chest. Young lady gets her head up and out. She ties herself together really nicely from the profile. Full face baldy that's going to come next. One that has quite a bit more length and extension maybe and the heifer that's going to win. But with that added length and extension, I'd like to see her just couple it with a shot more body, a shot more total mass from her shoulders back. But I like her length of front end. I like her length of spine. Just need to see her couple that with a shot more maternal look. Rounding out the class with a heifer that is one that's standing still you really like in terms of having some depth and some length. You set her in motion, though. She gets just a touch too tight on those pasterns. Just doesn't get out and motor quite like I'd like to see her. But a nice trio here. Let's put our hands together for them.
Congratulations to Class 7 winner Macy Mills, in second Trenton Senior FFA, and in third Kaylee Van Arnhem. Next we're looking for Class 8. In this group we have Taylor Rodriguez, Kane Sanchez, Reagan Gerals, Jake Sanchez, Josie Lee Hughes Kammerer, and Lyndon Teague. Lyndon Teague, we're missing from Class 8. Please head to the arena.
Well, I knew today was going to be fun, but folks, it just got plumb Western. This is awesome. This is the trio of three incredibly well-presented, well-shown, extremely high-quality females, and I can confidently say these three females could run at about any level, any state, it doesn't matter. Florida, the Midwest, Texas, California, Alaska. These three are awesome. They're well-shown, well-presented, what makes it even more fun for a guy like me coming the Midwest, where we put a lot of emphasis on that to get to come out here and down here and sort these cattle. They're all different, and I wouldn't argue with anybody if you like the trio of them switched. This is just my opinion today, so I'm going to do is a detailed and accurate job describing the differences I see as in depth without taking too much time as possible, because all three of these cattle within this particular class deserve that merit in my opinion. There is something structurally slightly I would like to change all of them, but I deem them all more than sound enough. They're all good at the ground, good in their shoulder, skeleton, and knee. It's hub high maybe that you might like to nitpick on them a little bit, but hey, that's showing cattle. They've yet to make a perfect one, and that's just being really nitpicky, because that's what it takes in a trio of this caliber. The heifer that's going to lead off the class of the young ladies here is one that from her shoulders back is just so impressive in terms of her massive rib shape, expansion, how much width and dimension she can work down her top, and when you get directly behind her, how big and wide and square she is in her pins, and how good she translates that to the ground. And for being that stout, she still manages her skeleton, especially at the ground, exceptionally well. Every now and again, and she wants to get a little fast, so I'm going to attribute part of it to that. She'll get just a notch high in her spine, and I think anybody watching this class would agree with me there. I don't think she's a roach back, duck and pinned one. She's just a little excited today, but just so massive from her shoulders back. She still ties nicely at the base of her shoulder. She's still really elegant about her head and neck. Maybe not the best one in this class, but I deem her more than acceptable. Like I said, just like to see her relax just a notch there in the center of her back, but I love her rib, her power, her mass, her foot, and her bone, and still how well she handles it. To me, the one that strikes me from the profile is the young man's heifer in second. I love how feminine and attractive the way this one is, the way she sets her neck right on top of her shoulder, and the way she blends her shoulder right there into her neck. So elegant and feminine. From there back, her muscle and the way she lays it on her skeleton is so, so good. Head level from top line to tail head, another motion, really, really good at the ground. This one, though, when she walks, sometimes wants to pick that tail head up. That's maybe where I'd like to change her on the move. And then as we study this one and really get in and start peeling her apart from the one that wins, she wants to flatten just a shot there in her forerib. You get behind her, she wants to flatten there in terms of her muscle. And I know we're talking a breeding cattle show, but when you have one in front of her that's massive, still feminine, this one just doesn't come at me with the power, but nonetheless, that's a heck of a good pair of heifers. Really a high-quality one here in third, and from her shoulders back, love this one. Moderate framed, huge body, easy fleshing, awesome, awesome structure at the ground. This one, when you get directly behind her, maybe wants to get just a pinch outside of herself, nothing major, but that's one area I'd pick on her structurally. And then when we compare her to the two cattle above her, although I won't call her plain or coarse-fronted, she maybe just doesn't project that neck quite as high out of her shoulder, maybe doesn't have the length and extension up front, maybe just not quite as clean there in her jawline as we study her down in her chest and in her shoulder. But again, being nitpicky on an extremely, extremely high-quality one that could win a majority of classes that I see going up and down the road. Really a high-quality trio cattle. That was a lot of fun. He brings us a really good one here in fourth. She just got into a buzzsaw of a class, long neck, long spine, really sound and attractive just for this class, and just in really be a high-quality project for that young lady. The red heifer next has that added depth and rib and shape that the heifer in front of her lacks. That in the show heifer class here today, she wants to get just a touch too plain, just a touch too coarse there in her features, but nonetheless, a high-quality one that'll make this young man, I think, an excellent replacement. We round out the class with the black. Didn't want to come to town and show today. Good for hanging in there, young lady. My compliments to you on that. A heifer that's got some frame and length. One, though, that just needs to complement that with a lot more substance and power to be considered on the top end of this class. Really good, though. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors.
Congratulations to Class 8 winners, Reagan Gerald in second, Jake Sanchez, third, Lyndon Teague, fourth, Josie Lee Hughes Kammerer, fifth, Kane Sanchez, and sixth, Taylor Rodriguez. Now entering the arena, we have Class 9. In this group, we have Lyndon Teague and Michaela Myers.
Nice pair of heifers here as we get to these older classes and head towards the end of our AOB division. And young lady brings us really a high-quality black heifer, a female that's just ultra-complete. She maybe doesn't wow you in any one particular area, but she's extremely hard to pick a hole in, and I like those kind of cattle. Young lady does an awfully nice job getting her shown. Just a really maternal, really sound, really practical type of female that still brings us some look and presence about her, a high-quality way to start this class. Really a nice red and white heifer here that comes second, and one that fundamentally speaking you like a lot about. She's sound, she's got body and fleshing ability. Maybe for the show ring, not quite as attractive in terms of her look or muscle or the way she lays it on her skeleton, but fundamentally speaking for a cow prospect, young lady, I think you've got a really good one there that'll make you a lot of money in the future.
Congratulations to Class 9 winner Lyndon Teague. In second, Michaela Myers. We now have a single entry for Class 10, Caroline Gerald. After that, we'll have Class 11, which will be the final class of AOB before the drive. So if you have a class winner in classes 1 through 10, please have your heifers ready and headed to the alley. In Class 11, that'll head in next, we'll have Hallie Bird and Ellie Watkins.
We're going to keep moving here. Just a single entry the young lady brings us, but one that could certainly withstand a lot more competition, a lot like the we just seen in the last class. Just ultra complete, one that combines balance, structure, quality, look, and just overall presence. Young lady does a nice job getting her presented and shown out here. I look forward to getting her back in the final drive to see how she stacks up. But let's put our hands together for this lone entry. A really As we get here to our last and final class in our AOB division, really a high-quality pair of big heifers here, and again, another pair that I think would be competitive about anywhere, and certainly can't wait to get our class winner back out in the overall drive and see how she stacks up. But for me, I'm going to go ahead and use the Baldy heifer to win. I like this heifer just in terms of her look. She's just maternal and cowy, still really attractive and feminine about her front end. A female that I don't know her trajectory in terms of calving date or anything. One that I would expect would be here sooner than later. But for this stage of the game, I know how hard these big heifers can be to keep fresh and keep together. And this young lady and her crew have done an awfully nice job. Big, stout type of female here, and she's tired, she's over it, and I get it. These cattle get to this stage of the game, and then they're just over being show cows. I love this one's stoutness in terms of rib and width down her top and from behind. A heifer that maybe wants to get just a touch plainer about her head and neck when we compare her to the winner. Maybe just doesn't quite handle that rear hock and pastern with quite as much athleticism, and that might partially be because she's tired and she's big. But nonetheless, really a nice pair of heifers here to end our AOB show. Let's put our hands together here for both these young ladies.
We're now ready for the AOB drive. In this group, we have Caden Davis from class with 3780 from class 3. Hallie Bird with 72 from class 4. Macy Mills with 30 from class 5. Layla Hobby with 311L from class 6. Macy Mills from class 7 with heifer 104. From class 8, we have Reagan Gerals with heifer 257. From class 9, we have Lyndon Teague with heifer 27. From class 10, we have Caroline Gerals with heifer 39. And from class 11, already in the ring, Hallie Bird with heifer 16. We need Emily Carreras from class 2. Emily Carreras, spell FFA. Please get your heifer in the alley.
put a big round of applause together here for the exhibitors of the AFB show. As much fun as I have judging American cattle and Brahmin influenced cattle, just because it's something different and it's unique and it's fun to me, but by far and away is this group way more my speed coming from the West, and it's been really, really good. And there's been a lot of cattle that have came through this ring that could compete at about any level, and I truly mean that. I get to go, blessed to get to go a lot of miles down the road in different parts of the world and see a lot of cattle, and the cattle here in northern Florida that you folks have brought us today would fit right in there with the best of them. So my compliment to the breeders, the feeders, the fitters, and the showmen and their families. Them here. This is a tough deal, and I think there were some classes that went 2-3 deep, and there's going to be some seconds come out that are certainly, it was a close pair and in contention. I'm not going to talk each one of these just for the sake of time. I know we've got homegrown and showmanship left and a lot of other activities for you folks to get on the move for yet this evening, I'm sure. So we're not going to belabor the point. I just want to compliment just how good I think this group of cattle is. So with that being said, I'll put the mic down, give them one more round of applause. I'm going to take one more look, and I'll get you a top 5 put together.
Congratulations to Reagan Gerals from Class 8. We are now looking for Jake Sanchez from Class 8. Congratulations to Kane Sanchez from Class 8. We're now looking for Lyndon Teague from Class 8. Thank you for clarification. We are not going to go through deep in Class 8. We're just going to roll on. Thank you. We're looking for Darby Davis from Class 3. Congratulations to Hallie Bird from Class 4. We're now looking for Landry Locke from Class 4. Correction, Ellie Watkins from Class 7. Nope, 11. Congratulations to Macy Mills. Top 5. Immediately after photos, we're going to post a homegrown list, and we're going to roll right into homegrown, so please check the list that will be posted in the alley. Congratulations to the top 5 AOB heifers: Grand Champion Reagan Gerals, Reserve Champion Jake Sanchez, 3rd place Riley Locke, 4th place Hallie Bird, and 5th place Macy Mills. Wonderful job, exhibitors. Please stay for photos at the backdrop. Again, we will roll right into homegrown after this. Please check the list posted in the alley that will be broken up by weight. We're going to take a few moments for photos, but I do want to announce the homegrown classes just so that way everybody's aware. Homegrown class 1 is going to have weights from 387 to 725. So if you have multiple animals, please pay attention to this. 387 to 725, and this will be Sadie Sash, Lyndon Teague, Joyce Teague, Darby Davis, Knox Hobby, and Riley Locke. That'll be homegrown 1. We're going to do homegrown show next, but then for all of you asking about showmanship, they are going to start with the littles. So primary showmanship will go first, and then juniors, and then seniors. Homegrown class 1 will be 387 to 725. It will be Sadie Sash, Lyndon Teague, Joyce Teague, Darby Davis, Knox Hobby, and Riley Locke. Homegrown class 2 will be Landry Locke, Knox Hobby, Brindle Jennings, and Newt Jennings. This will be 801 to 900. Homegrown class 3 will be 901 to 980. This will be Wyatt Mascot, Bailey Bird, Newt Jennings, Reagan Hancock, Reagan Lane, and Lillian Lane. And homegrown class 4 will be 981 to 1190. In this group, we'll have Abby Claire Locke, Macy Mills, Reagan Geralds, Lyndon Teague, and Brant Lane. If you'd like to come take a photo of this list, you're more than welcome to come to the announcer stand. If you're here for the Creative Life Skills Awards, they're actually going to be in the Home Economics building where you dropped off the things initially, which is in the white portable to my right over here, about 5:30. There is a hide key with a Ford key found in the parking lot. If it belongs to you, please come and collect it. If you know of any scratches for the homegrown show or showmanship, please come notify us in the announcer's stand so we can be efficient with our time here, folks. We're welcoming in Class 1 for homegrown. In this group, the weights range from 387 to 725. These are homegrown heifers: Sadie Sash, Lyndon Teague, Joyce Teague, Darby Davis, Knox Hobby, and Riley Locke. Darby and Riley, you're on standby for final drive. Congratulations. Everyone else may exit, please. Riley and Darby, you can exit as well. Just plan to re-enter for the drive, please. Homegrown Class 2 will be Landry Locke, Knox Hobby, and Brindle Jennings. Reagan Hancock and Landry Locke will get called back for homegrown. Everyone may exit the arena. We're looking for Class 3 of homegrown: Wyatt Mascot, Bailey Bird, Newt Jennings, Reagan Lane, Lillian Lane. A black 4-H lanyard with keys on it is missing. If you find it, please turn it into the announcer's stand. Bailey Bird and Newt Jennings will come back for the drive. Everyone may exit the arena, please. From this group, he's going to keep Abby Claire Locke, Reagan Gerald, Layla Hobby, and Lyndon Teague. Everyone can exit the arena, please. Except for those four, because this will be our final, with the other ones added in from Homegrown 1, 2, and 3. So from Homegrown 1, we're going to welcome Darby Davis and Riley Locke. From Homegrown 2, we're going to welcome Landry Locke and Reagan Hancock. From Homegrown 3, we'll welcome Bailey Bird and Newt Jennings. And then we have the 4 young ladies from Homegrown 4. Please stay where you are. Correction, the 2 on this end are both from Lyndon Teague. This is your Homegrown Drive. From Homegrown 1, Darby Davis and Riley Locke. From Homegrown 2, Landry Locke and Reagan Hancock. From Homegrown 3, Bailey Bird and Newt Jennings. From Homegrown 4, we have Abby Claire Locke, Reagan Gerald, Lyndon Teague, and Lyndon Teague. Congratulations to all of you. Everybody, let's give them a round of applause. We'd like to take this opportunity to say a big thank you to our Heifer sponsors, Dr. Bill Martin and Martin Orthodontics, Lane Farms, Bird Insurance, Smith Law, and J2 Cattle Company.
Well, while they're getting them parked here, want to compliment this particular division as somebody who raises cattle as a big portion of my living. I understand makes that goes into this, but also so to young people that bred and raised and got these projects to this point, my hat's definitely off to you. Let's put a big round of applause for these young breeders out here. I think it's really cool to see this many homegrown cattle. This was an exceptionally good show in the Americans and the AOBs. And as we get them back out here, again, it's a little like the bull show where you're comparing apples to oranges, but good cattle are good cattle. And as we get into our top 5 here, I just want to compliment the exhibitors and the ones that didn't make the cut here, but still had, the patience and the perseverance to bring a project that they raised. Hats off to you, even though maybe you didn't quite make the cut out here. Again, we've seen all these cattle once. Like I told somebody just a minute ago, the thing about having homegrown and showmanship at the end of the show is you can kind of start to pick the pace up a little bit, and by no means am I overlooking anything, but after you've seen the kids and the cattle all day, themselves. You heard my opinion about them, so I'm not going to labor the point. We're going to keep this show moving. I know everybody's got a lot to do yet today. So with that being said, I just can't compliment this drive enough and what it means to me personally as a breeder and somebody who does this for a living, and then to see the youth coming out here and bringing this kind of heat that some of us professional breeders maybe can't even attain. That's really, really cool. So as I go pick your top 5, we're going to kind of scoot through this pretty quick. So if you're pulled, go ahead and pull out, and we'll keep hustling here. But showmanship, I will tell you, just a fair warning, and by no means, again, am I trying to overlook anybody, but I've seen you once or twice or 3 or 4 times today. So be up here, be ready. We're going to kind of scoot through that at a pretty good pace as well, just because there's no reason to make the night any longer when I've already evaluated from start to finish. So there's been your fair warning for showmanship. Guys, one more time, give a big, big round of applause for all these bred and owned heifers and these exhibitors.
Congratulations to our top 5 homegrown grand champion. Grand champion Reagan Gerals. Reserve champion Abby Claire Locke. 3rd place Riley Locke. 4th place, Lyndon Teague, and in 5th place, Darby Davis. We're going to take a few photos, and then we're going to get ready for showmanship. We are going to start with the littles, so we'll start with primary, move on to junior, and then senior. If you know of any showmanship scratches, please come and let us know, so that way we can continue to move on, and we're not waiting for anyone. If you would like to do a backdrop picture, we need you to go ahead and come to the arena so we can get moving with those. They are doing the Creative Life Skills Awards in the portable. So if you're here for Creative Life Skills Awards, please head to the portable. As they wrap up pictures in the arena, we'll be looking for Class 1 of primaries. In Class 1 of primary showmanship, we have Brindle Jennings, Claire Gerald, Jake Sanchez, Landry Locke, and Sadie Sash. Please be ready. The concession stand is closing, so if you would like the regular concession stand, which is right next to the arena, they are closing. There will still be some vendors that are remaining open, I believe. Nope, there are no vendors open either. Okay, so if you would like anything on the grounds, now's the last call for that. Primary, Class 1 is now entering the ring. Let's give them a warm, warm welcome. Brindle Jennings, Claire Gerald, Jake Sanchez, Landry Locke, and Sadie Sash. Please enter the arena. The way that this will work is he will select some to come back in for the primary drive. There are 2 drives of primaries. So the first drive, he'll select a couple to come back. The same thing with the second class of primaries. And then he will select his grand reserve and 3rd place overall. Returning for the primary drive, Brindle Jennings, Claire Gerald, Jake Sanchez, Landry Locke. The next drive of primaries will be Macy Mills, Newt Jennings, Parker Douglas, Reagan Gerald, and Haley Craig. After this, we'll have the drive for primaries, and then we'll roll into class 1 of juniors. So juniors need to be ready. In the juniors, we will have 4 classes. He's going to keep all four and have the other four re-enter. So we're looking for Brindle, Claire, Jake, and Landry to re-enter.
Well, let's put our hands together for an awesome set of primary showmen out here. Your finalists, and even the ones maybe that weren't asked to come back. Really an outstanding job all day long. And it's feeding time for these cattle. They're getting tired. The kids are getting tired. So I'm not, like I said earlier, trying to overlook anybody, but I've seen all these kids at least once and most of them multiple times throughout the day. So I've been watching them. I've been making mental notes. So there's no reason to get the cattle any more stressed or the kids. I know you guys got a long week ahead and another big weekend coming up. Again, we're going to sort through these pretty quick, but I just want to make it known that I'm not trying to rush the most important part in my opinion, but I'm simply looking out for the safety of the cattle and the kids and also not trying to wear anybody down to the point that they break, because that's the opposite of what we're trying to do with this program. So, yes, I'm going fast, but it's not because that I'm overlooking anything. It's because I've been taking notes all day long from the start of the show to the finish. And this is an incredibly good, talented group of young people, and I want you guys to know that. I want you to know that, again, from where I come from, these kids would be right at the top in the Midwest or out west or down south or about anywhere. So my compliments to the people that brought them, the people that taught them, most importantly, you young that you've put into this project and how incredibly good a job you've done from start to finish. So with that being said, I'm told I'm going to pick a top three. So how I'm going to do it to build a little suspense, I'm going to go third, then reserve, then your champion. All right, and we're going to do that with juniors, and we're going to do that with seniors. So we're going to keep this flow going the rest of the night. Juniors and seniors, or parents, grandparents, whoever is representing them right now, take note. We're going to go quick. Pay attention, especially as we get into the older divisions, because those kids don't have an excuse, and I'm not. I'm going to take that into account. So know the flow, know where we're going. We'll try to help you the best we can, but pay attention, get ready, and it's going to be quick, methodical, and a lot of fun for me. And this one has been a lot of fun. So with that being said, third reserve champion. But I think every kid that's been in this showmanship division deserves a big round of applause, please. Let's give that to them right now.
Third place is going to be Claire Gerald. The reserve champion will be Brindle Jennings. And the grand champion will be Miss Macy Mills. Congratulations to all three. We're going to take a photo of just the kids in front of the backdrop. So we need our grand champion primary showman, Miss Macy, our reserve champion showman, Miss Brindle Jennings, and our third place showman, Miss Claire Gerald. Immediately after this photo, we are going to go into Class 1 of juniors and then Class 2. So if you are in Class 1 of juniors or Class 2, I'm going to call your name. Please get your heifer and be ready in the alley. Darby Davis, Emily Sash, Hallie Bird, Lillian Lane, Josie Lee Hughes Kammer, Jacob Cannon, Caroline Gerald, Kaylee Jean Bellamy. Please be ready. Please exit the arena. Congratulations, everyone. Now entering the arena, Heat 1 of Junior Showmanship, Darby Davis, Emily Sash, and Hallie Bird. He's going to keep Hallie Bird and Darby Davis. Everyone may exit the arena. Immediately after the arena is cleared, we'll be looking for Heat 2 of junior showmanship. In this group, we have Josie Lee Hughes Kamer, Caroline Gerald, and Kaylee Jean Bellamy. Immediately followed by Class 3 and 4. So if you're in junior Heat 3 or Heat 4, I'm going to call your name. Please go back to your heifer if you're not already there. Ellie Watkins, Abby Claire Locke, Wyatt Mascot, Kaylee Van Arnhem, Taylor Rodriguez, Bailey Bird, Trenton Middle FFA Chapter Heifer, and Rex Rohr. He's going to keep all 3 of the girls. So Josie Lee Hughes Kamer, Caroline Gerald, Kaylee Jean Bellamy, you will be back for the final. We're now looking for Ellie Watkins.
Scratch, scratch.
Correction, we're just looking for Abby Claire Locke and Kaylee Van Arnhem for Heat 3. Our judge would like to combine Heats 3 and 4. So in Heat 3, we will have Abby Claire Locke, Kaylee Van Arnhem, Taylor Rodriguez, Bailey Bird, Trenton Middle FFA Chapter Animal, and Rex Rohr. We're going to need just a second to get the rest of those animals in the ring. This is your class. We're going to keep Bailey Bird and Abby Claire Locke. Please stay in the arena. So coming back for the junior drive, we have Darby Davis and Hallie Bird, Josie Lee Hughes Kammerer, Caroline Gerals, Kaylee Jean Bellamy, Abby Claire Locke, and Bailey Bird. We're looking for seniors to line up for showmanship. Seniors, Lily Lemieux, Joyce Teague, Brant Lane, Avery Sash, Emily Carreras, Lyndon Teague, Addison Burns, Caden Davis, Carly Bellamy, Reagan Hancock, Casey Sullivan, Layla Hobby, Riley Locke, Michaela Myers, Reagan Lane, Bell FFA Senior Chapter Animal Showman, Savannah Gerals, Lois Backley, and Senior FFA Chapter Showman. Please let us know if you have any scratches.
let's give this division a big round of applause as well. We got to a little older division here, and I just really know young men out here, but seemed like when I got to this age, even though I thought I was a pretty good showman, I normally got beat by the young ladies. So all these young ladies do an outstanding job. Again, coming from the Midwest where we take it very seriously, I can honestly say that majority of the showmen that I've seen so far today, without even getting into the senior division, could certainly over the country. And so my compliments again to you young people and the hard work and the effort and the time that you've put in, not just out here but all day long. And I've been, as I've mentioned several times, I'm going to continue to till I'm blue in the face. I've just been so impressed by the quality of showmen and the politeness of the young people today. It's made this show so much more fun, even beyond the extreme quality of the cattle. So just like we did in the primaries there, I'm going to start with third, go to reserve, pick you a champion. Sounds like maybe seniors may all come in at once. If that's the case, that's fine too. You'll hear back from me from them. But anyways, I just can't brag enough on these kids and the caliber of talent that's in this ring right now. So again, please, applause is free, and they certainly deserve a lot of it. So let's give them one more big round of applause, and I'll get you a top three.
Third place will be Bailey Bird. Second place will be Abby Claire Locke. And he's going to select your grand champion. Grand champion will be Josie Lee Hughes-Kamer. Congratulations, everyone. Congratulations again, grand champion Josie Lee Hughes-Kamer, reserve champion Abby Claire Locke, and third place goes to Miss Bailey Bird. Congratulations, ladies. We're now looking to line up the first class of seniors. They're going to grab a quick photo. Class 1, we're looking for Lily Lemieux, Joyce Teague, Avery Sash, and Emily Carreras. We have found a set of keys, and there's a cat key on it, and it's on a Florida State Fair lanyard, and there's a cow leather tag on it. You are missing a set, and this sounds like it belongs to you. Please come to the announcer stand. Lily and Joyce will stay for the final. You're going to come on out, actually, and then he'll welcome you back in for the final. Class 2, we are looking for Lyndon Teague, Addison Burns, Caden Davis, Carly Bellamy, and Reagan Hancock. Please head into the arena as soon as these exit. And Knox Hobby as well. Going to keep Lyndon Teague and Reagan Hancock. Everyone can exit the arena. Congratulations. Girls, you can exit as well. He's going to look for Heat 3 next. He will be welcomed back in for the drive. Heat 3 will contain Casey Sullivan, Layla Hobby, Riley Locke, and Michaela Myers. Trey. We're going to have 6. Savannah Gerald's, Lois Backley, Trenton Senior Chapter. This is our final heat of seniors. After this, we'll go into the senior drive. In this group, we have Casey Sullivan, Layla Hobby, Riley Locke, Savannah Gerals, Lois Backley, and Kensley Zingaro. Seniors, if you were called back from your heat, please head to the alley. Lily Lemieux, Joyce Teague, Lyndon Teague, Reagan Hancock, and whoever's held in this drive will stay. Staying in for the final, Layla Hobby, Riley Locke, and Savannah Gerals. Congratulations. This is our final class of the evening. Everybody get super excited. Senior Showmanship Finals. In the ring, we will have Lily Lemieux, Joyce Teague, Lyndon Teague, Reagan Hancock, Layla Hobby, Riley Locke, and Savannah Gerals in a showdown for Senior Showmanship Finals.
put our hands together here for another, I guess, set of young ladies that do an outstanding job. Again, really high quality from top to bottom. I've been excited about this particular division all day. When you see them in different classes and different breeds and such, you know, sometimes it's real hard to you know, compare them, and when you get them back in showmanship, you can compare their different styles and you know, their presence and all that. And there is some differences in showmanship styles. And when you're young and in the primaries, it's, you know, mostly the fundamentals, who can get their calf stopped, you know, get the feet set, have some ring presence. As we get to these older divisions, you know, it becomes more nit as we get out here tonight. All these showmen are incredible, and that's why they got asked back. And there's going to be a few that are going to leave disappointed. There's going to be a few that are pretty ecstatic. But what I want you to simply know is it's literally cutting hairs right now in this particular deal. And again, I could sit here all night, and we could make it a quiz bowl. We could switch cattle. We could do all that. But at the end of the day, you know, it's been a long day. These kids have worked their tail off, and like I said, I've been keeping receipts all day. And the worst part is now, as I'm sitting here and getting them back out and comparing them to each other, I'm like, oh, wow, they've done a phenomenal job all day. They've done a phenomenal job all day. Oh, wow, I wish these kids were up in Indiana, and I would, you know, be glad to sell them heifers or you know, let them show them and work with them, whatever, because they're such good showmen. So this is a tough decision. And there is a lot of differences in terms of style and composure and intensity and so on and so forth. And I'm not going to stand out here and tell you you need to change your style. It's just one man's opinion one day. And like I said, I would invite any of these to come show cattle for me any day. And that says a lot, because you can ask my wife or anybody. I'm extremely picky. So with that being said, I want to thank you guys for having me. I was down here. Oh, it's been 2016, 2017, which really doesn't sound like that long ago, but it was, and ages me a little. For your November jackpot, and I remember how much fun I had then, and left there thinking, man, it'd be awesome to come back, and got to come back a few other times towards the southern part of the state and judge. But it's good to be back up here. My wife and son and I got to come down and take a little vacation. We had a great day on the beach Thursday and yesterday at the pool, and seeing some family of hers down here, and left and thinking, how can we make vacation any better? And I can tell you today was the cherry on top of a phenomenal trip. The kids have been great. The cattle have been great. I want to thank my ring help. I want to thank the picture girls. I want to thank everybody behind the scenes for having me down. I'd sure come back anytime. This has been, I can honestly say, and I think my wife will agree, the best vacation we've been on yet. Not only we get to bring our little boy, but and see some of her family, but then I got to top it off doing what I love, and that's evaluating good kids and good cattle. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you guys for having me. Thank you for the hospitality. Kids, cattle, thank you for being quality and making this trip so much fun. It's always a lot more fun to look at good kids and good cattle than ones that maybe aren't. I can promise you that. And this has far exceeded my expectations, which were pretty high for my previous trip down here. So with that said, thank you. Good luck next week with your steer show. I know numbers are down a little bit, but from what I remember, I think the quality will be as good as ever, it sounds like. So those of you with market animals, good luck. I was originally asked to do that one and couldn't, and got switched to this, and actually glad schedule-wise for us to be able to make it a family vacation. It worked out like it did. So glad that little switch-up happened. Again, I just can't say thank you enough and compliment the cattle and the kids I've seen all day long in every class from top to bottom enough. So one more time as I put the mic down and go third reserve champion, please, 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 let's put our hands together for all of our exhibitors today on an outstanding
Congratulations to third place senior showman Savannah Gerald. Second place will go to Layla Hobby, and a grand champion will go to Riley Locke. Congratulations. Congratulations again to grand champion Riley Locke, reserve champion Layla Hobby, And in third place, Savannah Gerald. Please stay for a backdrop picture. Also, we have a set of keys here with a Florida State Fair lanyard and a cow and sunflower leather tag on them. If they belong to you, please come collect them from the announcer stand. We will be here tomorrow about 2 o'clock for the Dough Goat Show. Thank you again to Trey Simmons for judging.